Good morning and welcome to the Mississippi Board of Nursing. Before we begin today, I'm going to ask Mr. Calhoun to lead us in prayer.
Let's pray. Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for the opportunity to be here, Lord, to do your work. I ask that you would give us wisdom in the decisions that are. Amen.
I have no idea what
The
that
board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. Today, we are a 3-member panel of the board with 1 serving as alternate, but who will not participate in either the deliberations or decision concerning the case. At this time, I would like to introduce the board members that will be with us today, starting to my left.
Drew Calhoun.
Harley Walker. Sandra Culpepper. Jane Clayton. Luana Vasquez. And Dr. Baskins is here in an observatory role and will not be making a specific basis today. And with that being said, I am Jim Turner, a virtual attorney, assistant attorney general.
Hello, everyone. My name is Philip Strickland. I'm the designated hearing officer today and attorney with the Attorney General's office. We are now before the Mississippi State Board of Nursing, and this is in the matter of Mary Gooch. Is that correct? This is license number R-880149. Again, my name is Philip Strickland, and I will serve as hearing officer in this matter. My role in the proceedings will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties and to see to the order of the administration of the proceedings to ensure that the hearing is conducted in accordance with applicable laws and rules. The board has already been introduced, but I'd like to also recognize that you have Mr. Garrett Wyatt here at the table in the observatory capacity. He would be at the Attorney General's office as well. Will the attorney for the board please identify themselves for the record? Brandon Walker. Is the license to present? Yes. They, the members of the board that will be serving on the panel. See. Please identify yourselves for the record.
Drew Calhoun.
Sandra Culpepper.
You are all fit today in this.
Harley Walker.
And with the licensee, please state your name for the record.
Mary Reagan.
At this time, give me a second. Ms. Gooch, you, are you represented by counsel today?
I'm sorry.
All right, and you're aware you have the right to an attorney,
Yes, sir.
and you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes.
And you further understand you have the right to subpoena, to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf? I think that's good. More than picking up. All right. Notwithstanding the same, do you wish to proceed in this matter today without counsel? At this time, I'd like to turn this matter over to counsel. Are there any preliminary matters you need to address at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request that, have exhibits B1 through B12, be admitted in evidence, and on behalf of Ms. Gooch, we have B1, and they would reference letters.
Say B1.
Yes, make it R1, no, it's B1, I'm sorry, B1.
There are no objections to having these documents entered into the record. Being none, so now, and exhibit B1 would be 12, and P1 will be entered as easy about it. And at the time, I'll turn it over to more council to present the case in chief or make opening statement.
Interpretation, Your Honor.
I will interpret this, I apologize. Scooch, this is a petition for removal of stipulations, correct? All right, at this time, we are going to, turn it over to you to, present your, case of chief, which I'm assuming you're gonna want to testify today, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at this time, I'd like to have the, court reporter swear you in.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and that the truth is nothing.
You may proceed.
So the exhibit list, it's mainly composed of my drug screens. I began checking in with Spectrum in November of 2018. Part of that time was my year of testing and meetings before I petitioned for reinstatement. The rest of the exhibits are, there is a letter explaining I had one positive test, for the entirety of the program that I've been participating in. And then the rest are just, prescription monitoring forms and such. The B1 exhibit is, those are reference letters, from colleagues or employers, just a variety, testifying to my, progress and fitness as a nurse and their, belief that I'm able to participate at this time without a restricted time.
This time, are there any questions?
You know, are we doing openings or?
Yeah, let's do our other things. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get situated with confused.
Ms. Gooch is here today asking if the restrictions are placed on license and order dated February 2020. Prior to that order, Ms. Gooch surrendered her license in July 2014. In that surrender, she admitted that she called in prescriptions without a physician's authorization on several occasions, and that she had a past history of substance use. In December of 2014, Ms. Gooch came back and asked her license to be restored. Panel granted her petition, gave the license back with the aforementioned order in February 2020, that contained 60-month restriction. She has since completed the 60 months of compliance with that order, and is here today asking for those restrictions to be lifted. In considering removing those stipulations on her license to practice nursing, we ask the panel to consider her compliance with the board order. The events that led to the stipulation being put on her license, her ability to remain in compliance with the rules and regulations of government, and her ability to practice safely without being monitored. Thank you.
So we may have gotten a little off track there. We were intending to do opening statements at that time, and Ms. Gooch, the board's now made their opening statement. Is there additional matters you'd like to present to the board? Any testimony you'd like to provide to the board this time, in addition to what you've already provided?
Yes, sir.
And at this time, I'd like to allow board counsel an opportunity to question you and witness based on the things you just testified to and the matters of the record. I'll turn it over to the counsel.
Ms. Gooch, for the record, we just state your name and current place of employment.
Mary Ray Gooch, the Chase. Mary Ray Gooch, the Chase County.
How long have you been at the Chase County?
I think sometime in October, I think. It's fairly new.
We're good for that.
He'll be on some.
You can tell us how long you're here.
I think it would be around 2 years. A little while.
What were you doing there?
I worked, I started out as just a nurse and, a site nurse and two site providers, that I assisted. And at some point, I transitioned to, doing nursing and also some regional management.
Have you had any issues? I know you were field counseling before. Did you have any issues there?
Yes, sir.
What made you choose to go to Chase Bank?
They, consolidated and then at the council.
You had no issues since you've been Chase Bank either?
No, sir.
Can you tell us a little bit about the events that led to when you surrendered your license?
I had a substance abuse and alcohol, problem related to just a lot of life circumstances and the inability to cope with those correctly. And, that led to my path, just to further into drug addiction. And, I surrendered and I didn't practice for a while, or I didn't immediately, petition for reinstatement. I had 3 small children at the time, a 3-year-old, 2-year-old, and a newborn. And so it just wasn't really, feasible for me to go to treatment. I was kind of contemplating that I wanted to get it reinstated, because that's the best decision at that point. And so I think I didn't practice for 5 years. At that time, I was staying home with children. I did, in the meantime, go back to get a degree to teach biology or general science 7 through 12. I never used that, and then started the process for the prerequisites for reinstatement.
So you say your support system now is different than it was back then?
It is. I think the difference now is, my support system, what I've learned about myself and, the coping strategies that I've learned. And also, I think the main factor was just creating a life that I didn't need to escape from.
So what coping skills do you use now? I just mentioned coping before. So what are you using?
I have it's fortunate I work in mental health, so I have access to therapists, meetings, work in a sober work environment. Everyone there that's employed, or that's around is in recovery as well. I have recently added, I started working with a wellness coach that was on staff at Heal. Added meditation to my practices as well. I coached high school wrestling for a little while. That was very therapeutic.
You had a positive test, and you mentioned this earlier, on March 23rd, 2023, so, well, 2 years ago. Can you tell us a little bit about that? You wrote a letter.
Yes, it was some circumstances surrounding one of my children, my 4 children. And, I would say just normal things related to divorce and custody sharing and, I think I was in therapy at that time and attended meetings, but my, friend group was not as good as it is now. And I just made a poor choice.
Do you think, given that, do you think that monitoring is what kept you sober?
I think initially, yes. I think now, no. I'm very good at what I do, for a living, and I really, I don't have a foundation for that without recovery. I think initially, we need that food on our throat, so to speak, to, to push through. Now it's really, I'm not saying I'm above relapse, nobody is, but, the temptation is just not there. It's not part of my life anymore. It's not, I don't have it around me or my children. Anybody that works at the we just don't have drugs or alcohol. So I think now, no, I think I would be able to function without monitoring and maintaining sobriety.
What steps do you have kind of come off of that? Do you have in place to ensure that, that doesn't happen? You said life circumstances kind of led to the positive test you had, and that happened. So what steps do you have in place to maintain?
Well, with my employer, he's aware of my recovery status, and he also, in addition to owning the Chase Plan, owns, many men and women of subleasing homes. So I don't, with his history, in recovery, I don't think I'd be able to get by with too much without him noticing. Of course, submitting to randomly requested, employer drug screens. I also have in my custody order with, I have, 3 boys with, they have one father, and my daughter has a different father. Both custody orders have a clause that they can ask for a random drug screen at any time.
And you mentioned your support system earlier. So what's different about it now? Can you tell us about your support system?
My support system is not large. I have just a couple of close friends that, are really supportive and encouraging. And, I feel like we try to deter me in any way from a relapse or from any. Because my children are older now. They were little when all this started, and they're a lot more aware. I think initially, it's my fault for me when she was using or I had a temptation there. I just pictured their faces if they knew about a relapse. So they're teenagers, their boys are 13, 15, 17, and they're proud of me. They're proud of the work that I've done, and I don't think it's to them. I am a single mother with 4 children. I do try to set a good example for them. So that's a good motivator to start along. And, continue to work with, therapists and, doing the self.
Are you saying that therapist currently? Oh,
Usually twice a month, but, kind of built in therapists, for like informal sessions if I need to. Pretty much all my friends are in the field, so that's good.
So you plan on continuing to see a therapist?
I do.
And what about, I know you've been attending meetings, or is that something you plan to continue to do?
Yeah, of course.
So the last thing I had, why should the board remove the restrictions from the license?
I think it's a very strenuous program, just to be honest. As an advocate in mental health in my employment, I've been to drug court, deal with people, fresh out of prison, and it's longer than theirs is. So I think, completing that shows just the ability to, work through anything. And like I said, working in mental health, I don't really have much, foundation to stand on, and that maybe you can even help others if I don't have a recovery journey and I don't stay sober. And I really enjoy working, in mental health. I originally, when I was in nursing, was in the, fast-paced, adrenaline junkie kind of areas. And never really saw myself in working in the capacity that I am now. And, so I really don't regret my addiction. There probably was a time that I did, but I don't now. Because I never would have been able to help those, but I've been able to speak with several, nurses that have had their license, they've surrendered, and they've had their license taken. And encourage them and speak to them about what the program consists of and, offer guidance and assistance. And if I had not been on this journey, I wouldn't be able to do that. And, I think at this point, I'm ready and it's the next step.
This time, I'd like to allow the board to ask questions of Ms. Booth.
First and foremost, Ms. Booth, congratulations on your very confidence in society. And also thank you for mentoring those other. So the only question I have for you long term, where you plan to work, is it still, is it going to be continually in mental health, or you want to go to a different?
It will be continually mental health. I'm current at the Chase Clinic. I'm the director of operations in addition to the nurse at the time being. So, yeah, the plan is to, just build out that clinic and scale and have multi-locations and, just develop a partnership with the owner. Our mindset and our plans are on track together, and just, I hope to continue and this be my last employer.
Further questions for the board? Seeing none, Ms. Booth, thank you for your testimony. Can I now allow, for the board, to take any witness and
We have a state record.
anything else from Ms. Booth? Would either party like to make any, Ms. Booth, as part of your closing statement?
I would, I saw the nursing students walking in this morning, and I remember the day that I, sat in those chairs as a nurse, and I thought, oh, that can never be me. And then, I sat here the day I surrendered my license, and my first husband was with me, and I said, this is the worst day of my life. And at the time, I thought that. And,
Good time.
the last few years have been difficult. But they've made me a stronger person, they've made me who I am today. And I would like to sit in this courtroom, the same courtroom that I surrendered the license in, that, license completely reinstated with no restrictions as a final piece of that.
Pretty much. Statement.
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly, thank you. I just want to remind the panel that Ms. Booth is here today asking that the stipulations that were placed on her license type of medicine be removed. She has the burden of proof why they should be removed. In considering her request, the like again, ask the panel to consider her compliance with the board order. The events that led to that stipulation being put on her license, her ability to remain in compliance with the rules and regulations governing nursing, and her ability to practice nursing safely without any damage. Just thank you.
Thank you. This concludes the matter before the board panel. This time, I assume the board wanted to entertain a motion to enter into a closed determined executive. For purposes of determining the executive session. Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Here now, I close the determined session. Is there a motion to enter into executive session? We can reach a retreat to them. We can retreat to them. This time the board will enter into deliberation in an executive session, and they'll remove themselves from the rooms for that purpose, and will render a decision in the coming minutes. Time is now 9:18 a.m. Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. The Mississippi Board of Nursing has returned from executive session and has rendered a decision in this case. During deliberations, the board moved that the license of Mary Gooch, license number R-880149, be restored and that the respondent be allowed to obtain an unrestricted license. That concludes this matter. Well, this way.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now before the Mississippi State Board of Nursing. In the matter of Brittany Brown, license number R-923828. Again, my name is Philip Strickland. I'll allow the license. My name is Philip Strickland. I'll serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role in the proceeding will be to move on objections, questions, or evidence that were raised by the parties, and to see to the orderly administration of the proceedings, and to ensure that the hearing is conducted in accordance with applicable laws and duties. I would like to have the members of the board who will be participating on the panel, please introduce yourself at this time.
Drew Calhoun.
Probably Walker.
And as an alternate, we have
Sandra.
also observing today's proceeding would be Dr. Wanda Basket, correct? And also from the Attorney General's office observing only will be Derek White. Will the attorney representing the board please state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
Is the licensee present?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Bree Brown.
And are you represented by counsel today?
Yes.
Could counsel please introduce themselves again?
Valerie Dorsey.
Thank you. Thank you. At this time, are there any preliminary matters you need to address?
Yes, Your Honor, we would, like to submit B1 through B13, and then on behalf of Ms. Brown, we have R1, I believe, they're all, and copy that, copy that. These letters of support.
The state offers exhibits B1 through B13.
That's correct.
And the respondent offers R1. Letters of support.
That's right.
If there are no objections, I'm going to have the internet the record.
The only objection the respondent has is the AIDS, which is a text message statement from Ms. Jean Clark. I don't believe she's here and does not have the ability to cross-examine her on the statement that was given.
Now, this is an administrative hearing, we typically do not strictly adhere to the rules of evidence. We have a more lenient administrative standard, and we tend to err on the side of admitting records, having a more complete record as opposed to excluding evidence. Does the board have a response to just?
Yes, Your Honor. It being an administrative hearing, that it is a written statement, it is, that pertains to the breach of or accusations, allegations that, it's also corroborated, pretty by, with the admitted B9 and, the client's own statement, that they're all relevant to the same thing. And like I said, that is being an administrative hearing, those are not.
At this time, we want to overrule the objection and allow exhibit B8 as the record. And also to summarize, states exhibits B1 through B13 and respondents exhibit R1 with the admitted record.
Now, I do have one other question. If we typically seal a record just because it has patient information in it.
Yes, please let the record reflect that the record will be sealed. Confidential. Board have, are there any other preliminary matters? These swearing witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor, the state will call, Mr. Wanda Jones.
Ms. Jones, I'd like to have the court order for you.
Right, it's been solemnly sworn that the testimony about to give free treatment.
And this time, so with this hearing, we're going to proceed as follow. I'll allow opening statements, if any, from both sides, starting with the board's counsel. Then we'll allow the board to present their case in chief, and then the licensee will be allowed to present their case. Parties will be allowed to cross examine any witnesses that are called. At this time, would the board like to proceed with an opening statement?
Yes, thank you. Today, you will see evidence that Ms. Brown committed several violations in nurse practice law. The evidence will include a written statement from Ms. Brown, that she admits that she administered approximately 2 cc's of orange juice to the patient with a syringe through a knife. She did not have an order, nor did she document her actions. So in her statement, she admits what she really was wrong. Today, we believe that the evidence will meet the clear and convincing standards in order to prove she is guilty of all charges. Thank you, Your Honor.
Respondent's counsel would like to offer an opening statement as well.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Brown immediately after the incident took full accountability and self-reported herself. She realized that what she did was a very, misjudgment, very poor judgment. And she did not try to make excuses for it. She did take accountability for it, so we would like the board to take that into consideration.
At this time, I'd like to turn the floor over to the board's counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. State call, Ms. Wanda Jones. Ms. Jones, for the record, will you state your name and your current place of employment for the record?
Wanda Jones, place of employment, Mississippi Board of Nursing.
How long have you worked here with the board?
I've worked at the board, they used to be,
What is it that you do with the board?
I'm an investigator.
So is it fair to say that you're familiar with the investigative process of this board?
Yes.
Okay. If you would, look at page 4, and you have to do that document still.
Page 4B3 is a license verification.
And who's that verification for?
Brittany Brown,
When does it show that Ms. Brown was first licensed?
license issued on 6/14/2023.
What was she licensed at?
The registered nurse.
Look next at page 7, when you identify that for the rest of the board.
Page 7 is the complaint.
State, what are the charges that you can find in that complaint?
Yes. Charge 1, the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the person under the licensing care. Charge 2, the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet general accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 3, the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its ruling, namely practicing nursing beyond the authorized scope of the license or directing others to practice beyond their authorized scope. Charge 4, the respondent has failed or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on a record.
The complaint miss any facts and what they're showing? Yes, what they're showing.
Yes.
You just tell us, summarize what those facts are.
The respondent was employed at Baptist Hospital in DeSoto on about January 6, 2025 until her termination on December 14, 2025. The respondent was terminated, after administering between 2 to 5 mLs of orange juice with a syringe through an IV to a patient. According to the respondent's statement, the patient had a blood sugar of 70. The patient did not have an order for orange juice to be administered through an IV, and the respondent did not document her actions.
You would turn out page 12. You can identify what that is at the bottom of the page.
Page 12, Exhibit B6 is a statement from the respondent to Cody Bradsfield.
What's that? What's it take?
The date on this email is February 12, 2025.
Can you just kind of summarize what that email says for the record, please?
Yes. This email from the respondent is saying that she's writing regarding an incident that took place with a patient that was hypoglycemic and a blood sugar of 70. She talks about initially trying to give the patient sips of orange juice with a spoon because they could not get it down. She became anxious and started thinking on saving the patient and making it better. So she gave approximately 2 cc's of orange juice in an IV. And it was due to the blood pressure being low. Once she gave the IV orange juice, she indicated that the pressure went up to 90. And she said, knowing now that this was very unheard of, I was only trying to make sure the patient was better. She went on to talk about it being an honest mistake and a teachable moment.
Did she say why she put it in syringe?
She put it in the syringe to give the blood sugar.
And this happened, when did this occur?
February.
We'll look at page 14 for the record. We need to identify what's on page 14.
Page 14, Exhibit B7 is a statement that Ms. Brown gave to the board.
I think I had to go over all of this, but did this statement match what she's, so we looked at her and read the statement?
Yes, it matches.
And again, did she say that what she did was wrong?
Yes,
And I believe you said that she called it a peaceful moment, is that correct?
that's correct.
Let's turn over to page 16. If you will. You identify that for the
Page 16, Exhibit B9 is a counseling interview record for the respondent.
Can you read what it says where it says, the occurrence was?
Yes. It says on Monday, on the morning of 2/12/25, in an attempt to treat patient's blood sugar of 70, Brittany took an empty syringe and drew up several mLs of orange juice. Brittany then attached the syringe to the port of the patient's intravenous access and administered between 2 to 5 milliliters of orange juice, injecting it directly into the patient's circulatory system. This is considered a serious patient safety event. This would also be classified as a nurse practicing outside of their scope. This practice is not only something that is not heard of, but it can cause harm to the patient. This act is deemed as practice performance only by a competent nurse.
What was the outcome?
The outcome was discharge.
So they think they're incompetent in five, is that what this said?
Yes,
And so based on what you just said, the facility seemed to think this was a teaching.
no,
I want to look at the patient record. Well, page 19, 34. I'm gonna put page 19, 22. Are you familiar with this record?
I am.
Is there an order for orange juice or an IV or any documentation or administration of that in the record?
No, in Exhibit B11, the medication administration record, there is no documentation.
This is for the patient, which administer orange juice, is that correct?
That is correct.
Don't have to place one.
Respondents, counsel, have questions for the witness.
Yes, I do, thank you. Ms. Jones, when did you first learn of the allegations against Ms. Brown?
I don't recall the exact date, but it was once the facility reported to the board.
Would it be the same date as the, I think this is page 12, B6? An email from Cody Bradfield.
That is the date. Yes, February 12th.
All right, and did you also follow up with a phone call to Ms. Brown based on these allegations on March the 3rd? It could be that.
I think
All right, during that conversation, did she advise you that she had already reported these allegations to the nursing?
I don't recall when she reported that in the conversation that I had.
Okay. Do you recall telling her that you saw in your system where she had already self-reported?
I don't personally recall.
All right, and what, if anything, did Ms. Brown tell you about the occurrence?
Ms. Brown actually said exactly what is in her statement about the patient's blood pressure, her blood sugar being 70 and her panicking and trying to get the patient to sip the orange juice first. And because she could not sip, then she proceeded to give the orange juice to the IV.
Do you recall her telling you about some issues with the patient's family member and her being under threat?
I don't recall the word threat, but I do recall her saying that the son of that patient was in the room. He was panicking and he was kind of, trying to get her to do something in order to stabilize the patient.
I mean, no,
Members of the board, any questions you would look at? Okay, no. Seeing none, Ms. Jones, and thank you for your testimony. State have any further witnesses at this time?
No, Your Honor.
This time, I will, would the respondent, the respondent like to call in witness on their behalf?
Ms. Brittany Brown is going to tell you on call.
Brown, at this time, I'd like to have the floor reporter swear you in.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
All right, Ms. Brown, how long have you been a nurse? Been a nurse, roughly 7 years. Did you start out as an LPN? And when did you receive your RN license? In June of 2020. All right, when did you start working at Baptist? January, the beginning of January. All right, during the months, leading up to your employment with Baptist, did you have any personal circumstances or trauma that was going on in your life? All right, and can you explain to the board what you were going through, at that time in the months leading up to your employment at Baptist? At that time, I was actually been divorced less than 6 months. I was in a very abusive relationship and I took this job at Baptist because I needed to get away from my hometown and bring me because there's just a lot of gossip and small talk about my marriage, my divorce. So I just took this job just so I could get away from, my personal issue. And during this time, I was very stressed, I was overwhelmed, and the son, at that time, when dealing with this patient, the son, it was the way he was in my personal space and triggering me, it was very triggering because I just went through this, months ago in my divorce, so that was kind of a trigger, how he was, yelling and being hostile, so it caused me to make a poor judgment, and that's when I put the about 1 to 6 weeks into the patient. Let me go back and ask you a question, just so the board understands what type of abuse did you suffer in the months when you go to visit? Emotional, verbal, mental, financial abuse, all together. Were there any instances of any physical contact or abuse? And, if you don't mind explaining to the board just the circumstances of what you were, the physical abuse that you were subjected to. If you may. So we'll move on. Let's talk about this day. What was going on with your patient? Let's start with the morning, the night before. What was going on with your patient in his luxury? That night, he had history of being hypoglycemic. Before I leave my room, and he had a schedule of ACHs, so he did it before meals, and he did it. So when I checked his blood sugar, I can't recall the exact number, but it was probably like in the low 200s. And he had lenses that was for he did get lenses at that time. His dentist and getting, around doing it whole night. And I was making rounds with all my patients, and, you know, he just wanted orange juice all night, so he doesn't want to do it, so it was just what he wanted, but he was on chocolate precautions, so we kind of limited, you know, he tried to limit to give him something like not all the time, because he would probably be at risk of, you know, aspirate, so we kind of limited that, giving him orange juice all the night. That morning, when it was time to do the morning medicine, and the morning blood sugar, at that time, it was 7. And I checked the blood pressure, it was at 7. I then left the room when it was 7 to check on my other patient who had fallen for. After assisting that patient and educating her, I used the call light. By the time I got out of that patient room, the sun got onto the call light. And I went into the room and the patient was complaining of him being still in the right arm. He said, my arm is still, I can't move my right arm. And of course, he was saying that he was starting to get my orange juice. So at that time, when I checked the blood sugar, it was at 59. That's when it was at 59. And then when the son came over to my personal space, he was saying he was overwhelmed and, you know, he was cursing. And what the hell you gonna do? Like, you just, you know, it was just a trigger for me because kind of just went through, you know, hollering and, you know, just the verbal abuse. And it was a trigger for me, and it caused me to make such a poor judgment that when I did put the energy into that. Just so the board, understands, what was the physique and size of the patient, he was standing about 6 feet, and I'm like right 5, so he was like really tall, but he was like talking down on me, and yeah, he was. And did you have to relocate yourself in the room to get out of this, patient's family member's space? Yes, I actually went on to the other side of the bed where the IV was, which is on his left, because it first was on his right, where I was checking the patient's blood sugar. All right, now, after you administered the orange juice into the patient's IV, what did you do immediately after that? Immediately, I knew that was the wrong thing to do, but, after I put the orange juice to the patient IV, I flushed it with non-saline, and then me and son started having a conversation, and I was giving him like the example of what it looks like of being hypoglycemic with the sickness in the arm, and of course, you know, saying that he was thirsty. And we were just engaging in the conversation about his dad being discharged. Well, you know, going leaving the hospital soon. And as I was talking to the son, I was actually, you know, looking at my patient and just observing my patient, and he started to say that he felt better. So moments later, I say, well, about 10 minutes, 15 minutes later, I had rechecked the patient's blood sugar, and then it went up to 90. And so after it went up to 90, I recessed the patient from head to toe. I asked the patient to move his arm. He was able to move his arm. I checked the IV site just to make sure, you know, nothing, you know, was going on with the patient's IV site. And after that, I immediately just went and told my supervisor. What's your supervisor's name? Maybe I told the And what exactly did you tell me? That's all exactly what happened and what I had done to the patient IV. And after I told her what had happened, exactly what had happened, we had went into a room, and she was basically like, you know, just educating me on, you know, like IV, like to never do that again. And we were just, you know, talking about what made me do that, and I told her what made me do that. And after that, I was just so overwhelmed and stressed out. I just went home. Like I was home. All right, did you have any trying? I didn't try anything. Did you have any conversations with anyone else besides Megan? There's some Chloe called me, was sleepy, they called me, and he asked me what had happened. And I do want to say that the report that I made, I've never seen on computer ever. I didn't see. I never did. And I have to own up to what I said in the self report, but I was just trying to establish my license, but this is my life. That's all I know is license. I never felt it. All right, you seen the statement from, Jamie Clark, and I believe this is V8. Do you all have any conversations with Ms. Clark? No. Okay, looking at this statement, do you recall telling her that it was a nursing trick that you learned from the facility and that it was just like putting folk down big too? Well, if it was like putting folk down big too, I wouldn't even solve that. I would just thought that's the right thing to do. Because in the nursing, we could put only to the big too, to unlock the big. So that's not true. I do not say that. All right, and just to be clear, there were no policies or anything at that hospital or any other facility that would allow you to put orange juice into, an IV. There's no policy. And you understand that, there were other alternatives that you could have, and safe alternatives that you could have taken other than the orange juice. And just so the board is clear that you do understand, what were some of the alternative things that you could have done in this situation? And I know this is a question, why did you not utilize, those safe alternatives for your patient? The stress and overwhelmed at the very moment, I wasn't thinking, any possibly taking the now, you understand that being around, stressful situations is a part of working in another field, right? And have you ever been around, high stress situations in your nursing practice? Yes, I have. And can you tell me what some of the things that you had to deal with as a nurse? Patient holding, a patient having a trach and she was bleeding out of the trach, like we had to basically call her, and I mean, she eventually passed away, but that was a very stressful situation with the patient having a trach, and then she was clotting, and blood was coming through her trach, so we tried to do everything to do the same time. So it's situations where, I could handle stressful situation. But if this time that happened with my patient with the IV, with the oranges and the IV, I was just going through, I was going through personal things, trauma, and I just been taking time out for myself to deal with my trauma and my mental health. And you understand that as a nurse, it's important for you to keep, your personal life intact and deal with your trauma for the safety of the people that you care for. All right, what are some things that you have done since this event to make sure that you are taking care of your mental health? Well, I have, been seeing my counselor who I've been seeing for years. She was my premarital counselor, she was my counselor this overall. She was my counselor even when I was in nursing school. I've been seeing her with each other maybe like once or twice a week, or maybe 2 or 3 times a month. But we do have sections. I'm actually taking medication for anxiety, and I'm actually working now as a non-clinical role as a case manager where I do pre-authorization for insurance and mental health patients. I work at mental health facility, free of behavior brain health. I do presentations there, help find placement when my patients need placement. I, help with discharge planning. And that kind of made me feel more, I know I'm not a nurse, but as a nurse, I'm feel like in a medical field, doing something, in the hospital setting around patients, helping them. So I kind of, cases I started the job, and I started the job, in September. All right, and who is your current counselor? My name is Patricia Gillespie. And where did she work? Well, she actually, works from home. And have you been diagnosed with generalized anxiety? And what type of medications do you take? Use fluoxetine. And have you been compliant with your medication? And are you compliant with everything that your doctor has told you to do to take care of yourself? Now, is this something that you've done before, or was this the one time? Now, I know we have submitted some letters of support from nurses and DONs who are willing to supervise you and help you. Do you have anyone else in your support system that's also willing to assist you? My mom, she's actually here. She's been a nurse over 25 years. She's actually a nurse practitioner. She's been a nurse practitioner 8 years now. She's one of my biggest supporters. All right. Do you have any other information that you would like to offer the board? Okay. Thank you.
Your testimony, I'd like to allow the board attorney to cross the hand at this time.
Thank you, John. Ms. Brown, will you tell the board your educational background?
I went to the LPN school in Mississippi Delta. I graduated in 2018. Got my license in February 2015. I then went to Oklahoma Community College to get my RN degree and graduated May 2023. Got my license in June 2023. I then attended the university online and obtained my bachelor's.
When was that?
24, I was done August of 2023. He wasn't around.
And where are you currently employed?
At Freedom Behavior in Greenville, Mississippi. It's also known as the Region Specialty Hospital.
What are you doing there?
Okay, case management.
Is that what you've been doing since your license was suspended?
No, actually, when my license was suspended, I actually worked from home with Apple.
What were you doing down there? I'm sorry.
Just help selling devices, help restoring devices, help with patients, customers with resetting their passwords, any other problem they will have with their devices. They will call to help them.
That's what you've been doing since you were suspended?
Yes.
I believe you
Well,
said,
actually, when I got suspended, it took me a while because it was hard to find, find a job. So I actually started working with Apple on the end of June to September when I got this job in Greenville.
in your statement, you admitted what you did was wrong, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so would you agree that what you did was not, didn't meet the standards of nursing?
Yes, I agree.
But you also agree that you didn't have an order, so you were outside your scope as well?
Yes.
Is that something you realize that you needed in order to administer anything?
I'm sorry, repeat that, sorry.
Were you aware that you needed an order to administer any type of medication?
Yes, sir.
So why did you give the patient orange juice through the IV?
I I was just in a panic state. I was overwhelmed. The son was he was panicking. He was frustrated and just the hollering and it's all in my face. I just felt like something had to be, like I needed to do something now.
Would you agree with me that you're responsible for that patient?
Yes,
Did you ever ask for any help?
no,
Did you agree that that's something you probably should have done?
yes,
Because would you also agree that regardless of what was going on in that situation, that's your responsibility as a nurse?
yes. I knew I should have called, took a deep breath, looked at my patient's form, or even asked for it.
Now, you said several times, I've heard you say that you were overwhelmed, and you were anxious, and it's even in your statement. Would you agree that it's pretty critical for a nurse to remain calm in that type of situation?
Yes.
Do you think that your actions show that you can do that?
So one time we did that.
Do you think that your actions show that you can remain calm in those type of situations?
If they give it time,
I'm sorry.
if they give it time, no.
So I guess, would you say that based on that, that you're able to handle a high pressure situation?
I am.
You see it in your statement on page, look at page 13. Just a second. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you see it says, I was anxious and was thinking too quickly what to do to make my patient better. You see that?
Yes,
So I guess, do you agree that that's something that you have to remain calm as a nurse?
yes,
And would you also agree that part of that would be being able to critically think?
yes,
Do you think that your actions demonstrated an ability to think critically? Would you also agree with me that, you said this was something wrong, and let me back up, I apologize. I have one question, because while ago you said you had to correct, the report you made, and you said you never saw anyone do that, what were you referring to?
no, I never saw anyone put, I'm sorry, I never saw anyone put orange juice into the IV.
So that's a false statement. to be made.
Yes.
So with that being said, would you agree that would you agree that the most concerning part of this is the thought process with that decision you made to administer orange juice into the bloodstream?
Yes,
And I believe if you look on page 16, cover this, Ms. Jones. I didn't want to quote this incorrectly, but according on page 16, this is the counseling record from that. And they said this is deemed as an act practice only by an incompetent nurse. Would you agree with that statement?
disagree with we have personality confidence.
So let me ask this way, do you think a competent nurse, would a competent nurse administer orange juice to an allergy?
Yes,
Competent nurse would do that?
I'm not understanding the truth.
I mean, my question is, would a competent nurse administer orange juice to an allergy? So I guess what my real question here is, Why should the panel allow you to keep your license?
This was really, truly honest mistake. Since I've been in nurse hospital, I've never done anything. I love what I do. I love my patients. I love taking care of people. It's just a very good mistake. And if you are allowing me to keep my license, I have people, who's willing to supervise me, monitor me, as long as we be, talking to people.
You stated this was a teachable one, correct?
Yes, it was,
Do you think when you cause patients harm, that's a teachable moment?
conversation more is, I wouldn't say that was the teaching moment, but what I've done, I've learned from it.
And you said you have people that can supervise you, but would you agree that it's hard to supervise somebody to critically think?
Very true.
Another question.
Comments, council have, question for the administration.
Yes, it's, Ms. Brown, when you say that this was a teachable moment, were you referring to basically knowing that you need to have your mental health stable to be able to take care of patients? And you understand that, despite what's going on in your personal life, that patient safety comes first in the field of nursing. And you do understand that if you're ever faced with a situation where you yourself are not as stable as you need to be, that you shouldn't really care for patients. Yes. Are you making sure now that you are taking care of you so that you can take care of the patients whose lives you are trusted with? Yes. Another part.
Members of the board have questions for the witness.
So exhibit B 13, that's page 37 that I'm looking at. It appears to me to be a resume. Tell me just briefly about your experience prior to this event as an RM.
I've actually been a supervisor in the long-term care facility and nursing home. And I also worked at UMC for maybe 2 months, on the med-surg floor. And I've also worked at a rural hospital on the med-surg floor in Winona, Tyler Holmes Memorial Hospital.
How long did you work there?
I was actually contract.
So just a few weeks, maybe?
No, it was really as needed, but I did work there a lot.
So this unit that this event occurred on, was it a med surg unit as well as a similar unit that you had worked on before?
It was a med-surg unit.
Okay. And so from what you just said, the extent of your med surg history, your med surg work experience was 2 months at UMC and PRN at another facility. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were hired on January 6th of 2025. And this event happened in February 14th of 2025, about 4 weeks after you've been hired, 4 or 5 weeks after you've been hired at Baptist. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Were you still in orientation?
no,
Okay.
we, that seasonal, we have like maybe not 3 to 4 days of orientation.
Okay.
I mean, and then, of course, if we need help or anything,
This is a full-time position you're working?
yes.
Okay. So this facility, with your work history of 2 months on a med surg floor and a contract, puts you out of orientation within 4 weeks of you being hired. Is that correct?
That's great.
You were by yourself, you didn't have a preceptor, you were taking care of patients?
Well, during the days that I was oriented, yes, I had to, but of
This,
course,
this event happened after you were out of orientation.
correct.
How long was your orientation?
They would, leave it to
How many shifts did you work in orientation?
3.
What was the ratio of patients? How many patients did you have on average every day?
Average 7, this particular day, it was 8, because the patient was late, so we kind of, all the nurses had to get one. So, but roughly it was 7 each night, on average 7 per nurse.
Just for clarification purposes, who is Cody? Who is the guy that was emailing back and forth?
That's the unit man.
He was unit manager.
Yes.
And Jeannie Clark, the text message, who's that? Co-worker?
She's a nurse.
Just that was up there?
Yeah.
Just to clarify, this facility put you out of orientation with
Because it's
just a
seasonal.
few, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, because it's seasonal. Now, if it was, if I was just a regular, RN or LP and Bergen, then it probably would have gotten, if they get maybe 2 or 3 months, something like that.
That's all I got.
Additional question?
Explain seasoning to me.
So seasonal is like their in-house contract.
What time? Contract?
13 weeks, and you can renew it however many times as you can.
This was during a day shift, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
About what time of the day did this happen?
6:30,
In the evening?
no,
In
morning.
the morning?
Yes.
Okay, so night shifts had just left. Is that correct? The night shift, you got report from night shift and walked in the room and this event happened?
No, they had that morning, during the morning, they,
Okay,
yes.
gotcha, okay. What was the culture of handoff in this unit? Do y'all do bedside report?
Yes, we not supposed to be bedside, but we kind of like close the door and, we wheel the cart around and be like, hey, this is phone number. So this is patient, like, say his name and just give like a rundown on what happened, during that time.
Because I just remember during your testimony, you said that throughout the previous shifts, he had been hypoglycemia. So I'm just kind of wondering, did y'all have discussion about this during?
Yeah, he had a history of being hypoglycemic, like he was a little sugar with off.
Any additional questions from the board?
Has this patient ever, when you had him before this incident, has his blood sugar ever dropped before?
That was my first time having that patient, because we changed patient like literally every night, and I come in, I probably got a different patient.
You work day shift or night?
Night.
How many of the nurses were on the floor there with you?
I can't recall, we're on average, every night, it's only be about 6 of us.
Have you ever taken care of a patient that was probably not a well-behaved patient or had family members that were not well-behaved? Have you ever taken care of someone like that previously?
Yes.
Any issues? Um,
Further questions from the board?
I know you don't want to talk about the relationship you have, to it was abusive, but you mentioned the son was killed. Was he, so tell me a little bit about that, was he?
He was very overwhelmed, he was irritated because he didn't get any rest at night. neither did the patient, because the patient kept him up all night, so he was more so irritated and just overwhelmed because he didn't get any sleep, because his dad was so all night, just, requesting orange juice, I want orange juice, I want orange juice, you want juice. So at that very moment, seeing that his dad was, still that kind of raised him up a little bit more and just became more, I won't say aggressive, but yeah, he was. And it just took me to a place where, I didn't want to. It just took me back to what I had gone through.
Based on the questions, I have one question on that.
Yes, I really like it.
Ms. Brown, you said, just to make sure I have this right, you said you were licensed in helping first, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In 2019?
Yes,
So this time, like at the time this happened, you'd been licensed for about 6 years.
yes,
You agree that it's something that you probably shouldn't have done, you're gonna help you in already?
yes,
I had a nurse for 6 years, and knew that's something you shouldn't have done. And that date was, you said 2019, correct?
sorry, February of 2019.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. You were asked, Ms. Clinton, whether you had irritated family members before, and you said yes. Have you ever had a family member to get up and get in your face and cross his face like this man? No. And also, just want to clarify, what was your work shift? Like shift 7 P. So when this occurred, you were actually getting ready to get off of work. Right. That's great. No other question.
The respondent have any additional witnesses at the time?
Respondent is not.
Brown, thank you for your testimony. This time I will allow closing statements from both sides. We will start with the board's attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now you've seen evidence that Ms. Brown is really practicing beyond her scope of Atlanta. You've seen by her own admission what she did was wrong, and her actions did not meet standard nursing practice. Court of Appeals has consistently held that a party's own admission meets that clear and meets the burden the board has today. Admittedly, administer orange juice through an IV into a patient's bloodstream. That act speaks for itself as far as confidence goes. We've heard evidence, heard today say that competent nurse did not do that. Did not display the critical thinking skills that a competent nurse should have. Brown poses a threat to the public, she is allowed to maintain her nursing license, and because of this, we request the panel revoke the license. Thank you.
Thank you all. Ms. Brown has acknowledged that what she did was wrong. She's acknowledged that what she did was a risk to my patient. However, we would like to consider extenuating circumstances with what she was going through at that time, the trauma she had been through, and the circumstances involving this patient's family member. She's also testified, and it's in her record, she's never had any, infractions with the board. She's also testified that even though she's been in combination situations before, she's never made a poor judgment such as this one. We understand that this was, a very bad prejudice. We do understand the risk to the patient, but we are asking Ms. Miller to give this one another chance with any restrictions that this board wants to set to maintain her license. We do understand that she needs to take care of her mental health, but we understand that she may need more education and people to supervise her to make sure that she is able to thrive and develop as a nurse and to make better decisions. But this is not her character. This is not who she is. She's a nurse. She loves being a nurse. And she just wants another opportunity to prove to this panel that she's able to act as a competent nurse.
Well, let's thank the parties for the testimony. At this time, the board would like, I'll see if the board would like to entertain the motion to enter into a closed summary session for the purposes of deliberation. All in favor? Board will. We can either move ourselves, completely move ourselves, vote, or can we, go ahead and take a vote, is there a motion to enter into the executive session? Move second. All in favor? The board will now enter into deliberation. And members, please move tonight. So. time is now 11:39 a.m. And the board has returned from executive session after deliberating on the matter of Brittany Brown, West Number R. At 923-828. The board has found that Ms. Brown, you found guilty of all charges in the complaint by reason of the respondent's own admission and based upon sworn testimony and the evidence admitted into the record at the hearing. The board further moves that the nursing license of Ms. Brown be suspended based upon the clear and convincing testimony and evidence admitted into the record at the hearing. The board further moves that the hearing panel imposes the hearing reference penalty for each of the guilty findings herein. Said penalty shall be considered as separate and distinct, shall determined government. If the respondent has not followed stipulations within 90 calendar days from the date of the executive order being signed, the suspension shall be lifted so that respondent may then obtain a restricted license. Following stipulations are hereby ordered. Formal reprimand be placed on the license of the respondent. Fine of $500 payable on or for 90 days from the final signed date of order. Conference with a compliance officer. The respondent shall execute any releases necessary to access the record needed to execute this order. 5, a psychiatric or psychological evaluation to be completed within 90 days with a component for PTSD. Further details about this to be included in the final order. Further, within those 90 days, the respondent is ordered to complete certain continuing education requirements that will be outlined in full in the final order. The respondent must be registered for reorientation to nursing at Hines Community College within those 90 days, and must have completed the following 3 courses: righting a wrong, medical errors and adverse events, and mindful self-care. Must be completed within the 90 days. First 90 days of the suspension. Board has moved that after the suspension has been lifted, respondent shall comply with the following stipulations for a minimum of 12 months while limiting respondent's practice to the state of Mississippi. Respondent shall complete all requirements of the order. Requirements order 24 months from the date respondent is issued with a restricted license. Completion of a minimum of 12 months of compliance with restrictions of monitored practice while working as a nurse. Single state license. Respondent must notify President future employers. Quarterly reports must be submitted to the board. Employer must also submit reports. Indirect supervision. There will be certain prohibited areas of practice that would be outlined in full in the final order. Respondent must maintain a current active license. Notice of any changes must be made to the board if the respondent were to change their address, name, telephone number, etc. Non-compliance in the terms of this order will result in automatic suspension or revocation of the nursing license. That essentially concludes the main components of the final order. And again, the final order will outline all this in detail. Board compliance officer will be available to you for conference work. That concludes this matter. Time is now 12:50 p.m., Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. Now before the Mississippi State Board of Nursing in the matter of Andrew Robinson. My name is Philip Strickland. I'm serving as hearing officer in this matter today. And my role in the proceeding is simply to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties that see to the orderly administration of proceedings and to ensure hearing is conducted in accordance with applicable laws and I'd like to have the board panel members please introduce themselves.
Drew Calhoun.
Carly Walker. Johnny Carmen.
Technical difficulties.
Ready for the board, will you please introduce yourself to the record?
Brandon Walker.
I mean, is the respondent present?
Responding to question.
Please state your name for the record.
Amber Robinson.
You're represented by counsel. Counsel, would you not introduce yourself to the record?
Doug Mercier, attorney for Amber Robinson.
Thank you, sir. Are there any preliminary matters that need to be addressed at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, we have, B1 through B15. B15, stipulation of facts, the officer have a hard copy. And don't, please let me know, we have clean.
Any objections to these documents being entered into the record?
No objections.
For the record, reflect that exhibits, states exhibits B1 and B15 are admitted as part of the record. Proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements and hear arguments from each side. We'll allow for questioning. Conclusion of the presentation of both arguments will allow for closing statements. The board panel will make findings, facts, and conclusions of law and render its decision. A copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee and the licensing attorney within 30 to 60 days at the conclusion of the proceedings. This time I'll allow the board to make, followed by here, make opening statements.
I'll just give a brief opening. I think the stipulation of fact is pretty self-explanatory of what I would say in voting anyway. We've been into a stipulation of fact. Robinson was in here practicing on her privilege to practice to contact. She administered an IV to somebody that wasn't a patient. I'm sure she'll give some testimony on that, but that's really all I have as far as so we've been in stipulation of facts and the board is not calling witnesses.
Thank you. Amber has admitted what happened here from the beginning. She's never denied it. She had a temporary lapse in judgment based on her sympathy for a husband who was intoxicated on the unexpected day of the birth of his baby. There was no controlled substance involved. This was saline. Doesn't excuse it. There was no patient harm. She's not here to tell you that this didn't happen. We're here to try to explain to you circumstances and facts that we think the board would like to hear.
Thank you. Board may proceed.
Stay ready.
This year, you may proceed.
Yes, I would call Amber Robinson to testify.
Mr. Robinson, at this time I'll have our court reporter swearing.
My turn. Do solemnly swear this testimony you're about to give the truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. You may proceed.
State your name again, for the record, please.
Amber Robinson,
Amber, where do you live now?
Stevens County, Alabama,
And where do you work?
DCH, due to hospital in Tuscaloosa.
if you would give the board a little bit of your background, not trying to belabor it, but where were you raised and how did you wind up where you are?
Um. Long story short, my mother was an alcoholic, my grandmother raised me up until I was about 5, 6 years old, where I was, sent to live with my aunt here in Alabama. She was in the first slept at, the infant baby hospital when it was open, and it had labor and delivery on the 3rd floor, which is where, the nursing career came into play for me.
What do you mean by that? What the nursing career came in play? Was it,
Where I wanted to nurse.
that's because of your aunt?
Yes.
Okay.
Um,
If you would, tell the board a little bit about your education as a nurse.
I completed all my prerequisitions, before applying to nursing school in 2018. And I obtained my associate's degree from Delta State Community College in Fayette.
When was that?
I graduated in 2020.
Yeah.
Summer 2020.
What was your employment prior to that? Immediately prior to you going to nursing school?
I was a surgical tech for close to 10 years.
Okay. So you've been around healthcare. All right, so once you obtained your nursing license, was that as a LPN or as an RN?
During nursing school, I sat for my, LPN NCLEX, which I was granted, and I worked at Forest Manor Nursing Home in Northport, Alabama for a brief time while, obtaining the rest of my classes well.
When did you obtain your RN?
It was fall of 2020. Somewhere, no, it's actually, I think it was September.
2020.
Yes, sir.
And once you obtained your RN license, that was in which state?
Alabama.
That was a multi-state license,
That is correct.
and that gave you the privilege to practice in other states under the compact.
Yes, sir.
And Mississippi was one of those states.
Yes, sir.
Let me back up just a little bit. Once you became licensed as an RN, what was your employment experience?
My first job was in ICU with VCH. I was there 6 months before transferring to, Baptist in ICU. I had been there for, I was still in preceptorship, orientation. When, the interim nurse manager, called me about a job interview. I tried to explain to her that I already had a job. But thank you for the offer. She was insistent. So I went for an interview. He was ultimately awarded the job.
We're here about an incident that occurred according to the complaint on November the 25th, 2021. You read the complaint. Okay. Now, November the 25th, 2021, where were you working at that time?
I was PRN at Baptist and had already accepted a full-time position at Duke Hospital in Frankfurt.
Okay, when you say Baptist, what location?
Here in Columbus, Mississippi.
You were practicing there
In November.
under your Alabama license with the privilege to practice under the compact of Mississippi.
That's correct.
According to the complaint, Well, let me do this. Let's look at exhibit. I'll look at exhibit B 13 that you have there. Which is your statement. that you was written. Now, this is a statement that you gave. B 13,
That is correct.
who did you give the statement to?
Chelsea Alexander, which is the interim nurse manager.
So let's talk about this day. November the 25th, 2021. You've been practicing in RN about a year, is that right? Right. If you would tell the board in your own words, what happened that day?
At that time, I was on night shift. I was going to work. Assuming care of my patient. She was in, recovery, vaginal recovery. I've been out of patient for multiple times. Each time I went in there, the, father of the baby, I believe, if I may, shorten, kept on about his not drinking, how they could come in unexpectedly. And one time I inquired about it, he went into the details. And every time I went in, the patient turned after that, he made an incident and bringing it up. And that mainly consisted of the conversation of the time when I was trying to talk to my patient. And I guess we've been doing the dad who was on my feet and
What did you do?
something I really gave them. I received.
Now, you knew that that was a thing to do without a doctor's order. So explain to the board why you did it anyway.
In the past, I've seen, someone being treated by the woman.
It was out of your desire to help them. But you understand that, as we sit here today, you understand that's wrong. So while you were giving him the IV, what happened?
One of the nurses had walked into the room to check on him, the newborn baby. And she reported the determination that she is in.
Okay, then what happened after that?
I walked out of the room, charge nurse asked me about it, I admitted to it. Took one to back into the patient, because that's what she had requested, and then by agreement, the Chelsea Alexander had been notified, and I was told to sit in the break room, writing a statement and stuff like that. And after that, I would be.
And that was on the same day of November the 25th, 2021. Okay. So on that day, you performed the act that was in violation. You admitted to the act that was in violation in your written statement, admitting to the act in violation. When is the first time that you were aware of the board's involvement?
Later that year, well, December, when I met with the nurse manager in Chelsea. They informed me that my meeting would be.
When did you receive any communication from the Mississippi Board of Nursing?
Investigator called me. It wasn't the end of 2020. Wanted to be dealing with the problem here. At the beginning.
2022?
That's
And who did you speak with? Was it-
If she did identify herself as a female superior.
And what was the substance of the conversation?
Wasn't she informed me that there had been complaints about, that I know anything about, a statement I have written, and I informed her that I was, going to be at the.
And that was in 2022, beginning of 2022. Your license was not summary. It was not summarily suspended. You were allowed to continue practicing. And your privileges to practice in Mississippi remain intact from that time period to this day. There is, if you can look in front of you, what is B5? B5 is a letter from Alicia Grant, Associate Administrator for Babbitt Hospital Golden Triangle, dated December 16th, 2021. It says it's to whom it may concern, but reading in context, it appears that it's written to the nursing board because at the bottom it says it's making this report so the board can take whatever further action deemed appropriate. Did you receive a copy of this letter when it was written?
I don't recall, I don't think so.
All right. Let's look at the second full paragraph. It reads, upon interview, Ms. Robinson admitted that she administered the IV without an order. Then it says that Ms. Robinson was placed on investigative suspension immediately upon report. After investigation was completed, Robinson's appointment with Babbitt Memorial Hospital of Golden Triangle was terminated on December 15th, 2021. Is all that true?
Yes, if I just had my meeting with the nurse manager and Chelsea on what the thing, like, so December 16th would have been the day.
How many years, I think we established earlier, that you've been practicing about 1 year before this happened as an RN. How many years have you practiced since this happened?
Well, 4 or 5 of them.
So 1 year before this, 4 years since this. Looking back and reflecting as now a nurse with 5 years experience, what would you say about your conduct on that day?
Wrong. That night, simply override my clinical judgment.
Remember, have you either before this incident or since this incident, have you ever been in trouble with any nursing board? Both prior to this incident and since this incident, have you ever been in trouble or written up by any hospital or other healthcare employer that you work with? Whenever you were preparing to give the IV to the father, what did you do to determine the appropriateness or the appropriateness of the IV? Did you do an assessment? Would you do?
I remember asking them if they had any condition.
How soon after you gave the IV were you approached about it? Interview.
The question is, just to be right, and I'm not trying to make it get on side, where are you currently with?
This age, interesting.
So in Alabama? Now, I think you said this already, you know, you've been working at the time about a year, I think is what you just told me, so. So you need an order to do an IV. So if you didn't have an order, that would be outside your scope, correct? And also that if you don't have an order, that's not really, you would need an order to be inside your scope. So in other words, you didn't make this, but you agree with me. So, no order. But administering something without an order doesn't meet standard nursing. Would you also agree that it's potentially dangerous to give somebody an IV without any type of physician assessment?
Correct.
If you had it do over again, sure, I know the answer to this, what would you do different?
Request that we make it yard. See for this time.
So, and again, I'm not trying to repeat something, I'm sorry if you have to, why did you do it?
Your lapse of judgment. Based on.
No further questions.
Any further questions for Steve Chen? Any questions from the board to the witness?
You'd mentioned earlier in your testimony that you had seen this done before this happened. Had you seen this happen on the units you were working on at the time, or was this at a different job or something like that? I'm asking about culture. Is there, had you seen that before in the unit that you were working?
No, not in
Okay.
this particular unit.
You should be working in Tuscaloosa, is the, under your Alabama license,
Yes, ma'am.
is RN,
Yes, ma'am.
are you restricted to just Alabama right now?
Not at this time.
You're gonna multi-state in Alabama? Yes.
Any further questions? Any further questions?
None from the respondent.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Appreciate your testimony, Ms. Beckman. Any further witnesses from the respondent?
No more witnesses in the respondent rest.
This time I'll allow for closing statements. Public Works Attorney.
Thank you. I believe Mrs. Robinson admitted to her own today. The fact of clearing missing evidence is always good, but she practiced outside the scope, the medication she did, should have done. And therefore didn't meet the standards of nursing practice. And she's clearly guilty of charges against her. I don't think she denied that today. And so it's going with that. I think the stipulations, facts, speak for itself.
Amber is admitted from the very beginning, from the day this happened, that's what she did with Vaughn. She never denied it, never tried to make excuses, never tried to wiggle out of it. I think that's important. Also important here is she was trying to care for someone, which is what both care professionals do. Did she do it the right way? No. She had temporary lapse in judgment, which she said. There was no patient harm, though. I think that's important to remember as well. She was not deemed to be an immediate threat to the health and safety of the public after this board became aware of it in December of 2021 or early in 2022, whenever she was contacted by the investigator. This board chose to allow her to continue to practice in their exercise of discretion that they had, which she's done, and did not make any problems. She has not had any problems. And I think it's important to weigh the facts and circumstances when you're determining what type of discipline to impose, to have discipline that's proportionate to the violation. I mean, this is not the same as other violations. The chance of harm is always there, but with the saline, and I'm not trying to belittle it, but it's just, I would just ask that the board consider the fact and circumstances when they make the determination of what to do. Thank you.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion by the board to enter into the closed session. For a second. All in favor? The motion to enter into executive session. All in favor? Board will now enter into deliberation. Sure. Time is now 1:33 p.m. We are back from executive session. The board is back from executive session. After deliberations, excuse me. Board has ruled that, Amber Robinson, license number 1-182966. The board has moved that she found guilty of all charges in the complaint. And it has moved the following discipline be taken on respondent's nursing license, formal reprimand, which shall become a part of the permanent part of the respondent's nursing record, and a fine of $500 payable before 90 days, 90 calendar days from the date of the execution of this order. Full order will be provided to the respondent's counsel, once it is complete and signed. Any questions?
Thank you.
Time is now 1:36 p.m. Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. Now before the Mississippi State Board of Nursing, in the matter of Anthony Walters, license number R-854836. This is a restoration, request for restoration of license privileges, correct? My name is Philip Strickland. I'm serving as hearing officer today, and my role in the proceeding will be to rule on any objections to questions or evidence by the party, and to see to the orderly administration of proceedings, and to ensure that the hearing is conducted in accordance with the working laws. At this time, I'd like to have the board panel members please introduce themselves.
Drew Calhoun.
Probably Walker, alternate.
Sandra Faulkner.
During the plan.
So then-
And, the licensee, Ms. Walters, you're here, correct?
Yes,
Can you please state your name for the record?
it's Angela Janice Walters.
And counsel for the board, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Alexis Williams.
Thank you so much. This is a motion for restoration. Are there any preliminary matters, need to be addressed at this time? Any exhibits being presented to evidence?
I'm gonna leave it as that on the board, being like the B7 be entered. And on behalf of the petitioner, I think the board already has copies of P1 and P2. Ms. Walters also provided 3 additional exhibits that we would ask be marked as P3, P4, and P5. Please let me know if you all do not have copies of those. I believe they, are immediately marked as R1, R2, and 3. For the purposes of the record, we would like to enter them as, P3, P4, and 5. No, the, P3 is updated calendars.
Let the record reflect that B1 through B7 are entered into the record. P1 and P2 were provided as electronic copies or they will be entered into the record. Hard copies. P3 is a set of reports. P4 the medical records, I believe, of the licensee. And then it should be marked as P5 or test results. They will also be made a part of the record. Just wanted to identify. Ms. Walters, will you be testifying today?
Yes,
And does the board plan on calling any witnesses today?
No.
Ms. Walters, at this time, I'd like to have our court reporter sworn.
here's your, do solemnly swear that you testify here about the truth, nothing but the truth, and the guidance.
Ms. Walters, you're the petitioner in this matter. So what I'd like to have you do is relax. And this will be your opportunity to say your piece and comply. What we'd like to do is typically just do would more like to do an opening statement. I'll allow her to give an opening statement first. Ms. Walters, we typically do is as an opening, you probably heard today, I know you're going to be on an opening statement from both parties. This is just a summary of what evidence you're going to present. You don't have to get into the details. You can just provide the board an overview of what you plan on testifying. And I wanted to say this before we get started. Please direct any comments, all your comments and statements, direct them to the board. Our board hearing panel will be the decider of that. And they're the important ones. I'm just here to make sure things run smoothly. So I'll turn it over to you for an opening statement.
To begin, I'd like to thank everyone. I'm really grateful to be here, really honored to be here, and I'm just really beside myself actually to have a chance for restoration of my business. It's something that I thought that might never happen, but after I've been in recovery for 3 years now. I have quite a long history of alcoholism and drug addiction. But I went to treatment back in 2022, November, and I stayed 4 months and got out, and I've been attending AA, and as sponsor and working with 12 steps and staying sober, is the most important thing. If I didn't have sobriety, I wouldn't have a chance at anything, so, just really grateful for that. I do have, 3 years of negative drug screening that I provided. I've gone through, and 3 years of, signed AA, meeting sheets. And, have completed the, packet for restoration for my nursing license. And was turned in and have been waiting to come and see you. So I'm just really honored to be here.
And we'll have a chance to go into full detail and bring case in chief. All right, I'll turn it over to board attorney,
If it's Walter said she appearing here today seeking restoration of her nursing license. The record reflects that on or about November 12, 1996, Ms. Walters entered the Mississippi Board of Nursing's Recovery Nurse Program and agreed that her licensure restrictions would be monitored for a minimum of 3 years. In November of 1999, she had met all of the program requirements and her license was returned to unrestricted status. Several years passed and circumstances changed, and at some point in either 2005 or 2006, Ms. Walters petitioned to have her license reinstated. In a written statement dated March 31st of 2006, Ms. Walters reported that her last use of alcohol or drugs occurred in October of 2005. In a subsequent statement to the board made in September 2006, she acknowledged that she had provided false information on her reinstated application to the board and admitted to a relapse involving crack cocaine in March of 2006. Records from Pine Bill reflect that she left the treatment at Oak Harbor against medical advice, and at the time of her discharge, continued residential treatment was recommended. In November 2006, Ms. Walters underwent another assessment, which resulted in a recommendation that she complete a board-approved intensive outpatient program. So as a result, in 2007, her reinstatement application was denied administratively by the school. As in every restoration proceeding, the applicant bears the burden of demonstrating why their license should be restored. In evaluating Ms. Walters' request, we asked the panel to consider the length of time that she's been out of practice, the circumstances that led to the loss of her license, her current ability to practice safely, and her conduct and recovery efforts since that time. Also, her compliance with all restoration requirements, and above all, whether restoring her license would adequately protect the public.
time, Ms. Walters, this will be your time to present your case in chief. You present your case in chief and make your case to the board why your license should be restored.
She stated, I was in the nurse recovery program, I entered into that in another years, I think back in 1996, completed that reverse recovery program. Sometime after that, I was still going to be, still maintaining my sobriety. We moved, from Maine, I was married, and we moved from Maine to Mississippi, and, I started working in Mississippi without any problems at all. I've never had any problems working at a job, at any of my jobs, even though it's been quite a time since I have practiced nursing. I've never had any reprimands or any kind of, any problems with, any of my, nursing, work. Sometime after we moved back from Mississippi, I, experienced, my son, I had a son that died when he was 3 months old. And, that kind of put me in the spiral downhill, and I relapsed, shortly after that, and, have had a hard time maintaining sobriety since that time, except for the last 3 years, in and out of treatment and places, and, yes, I didn't follow, recommendations to stay at Oak Harbor, and, but I have followed that back up, in November of 22, when I went to treatment the last time, for, the drug and alcohol problem, and, for, 3 years now, I've been able to maintain my sobriety without any difficulties at all. I'm much better equipped, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, to handle, my life experiences and, my conduct in life. I still attend and will attend, whether or not, the restoration does happen, my sobriety will still continue. AA is important to me. I have friends and family that support me completely. And it's just been, the past 3 years have just been remarkable, changes in my life. So, I just, want to get back in the field of nursing because it's all I have ever wanted to do. It's been my passion, since I was a teenager. And even though I haven't worked in the field, I believe that I can, take the refresher courses and take as many, and learn as much as I can to get back into the nursing field and maintain a job.
Is there cross-examination with the board attorney?
Ms. Walters, can you give the board a little bit about, your educational background, where you attended school, your years, like nursing school?
I entered, nursing school after, I entered, college after high school in 1990. And, graduated high school in 1990. Followed that up with my prerequisites at, Gulf Coast Community College in Panama City, Florida. I, entered nursing school right after I completed my prerequisites, and, had the 2-year program there, which ended up being 3 total years at, Gulf Coast Community College in Panama City.
In what year, were you first licensed in the state of Mississippi?
In the state of Mississippi, that would have been, 1994, I believe.
So you had only practiced about 2 or 3 years before entering into the recovery program, correct? And can you tell us a little bit about the time in the recovery program, what led up to that? You entering into the program?
Sure. In my 20s, I had an alcohol and opiate addiction, and entered voluntarily into treatment at that time.
Yes.
Okay.
Tell us about your work history.
Okay, at first started out, working, in Panama City, Florida after I was licensed. And, worked in, on a med surg floor for a year, roughly 6 months to a year, and then transferred to a telemetry floor. And for roughly, up to like 6 months, and then transferred into a medical ICU unit. In that time, I
worked in that ICU for probably about 4 to 6 months before I resigned and moved to Mississippi after.
So just for timeline purposes, instead you stated that you received your license probably in 94, you only worked 2 years. Moved to Mississippi and entered the recovery program, correct?
Yes.
Completed all the terms and conditions, so you only worked about roughly 2.5 years, but you've been out of the workforce since 2006, correct?
Right, but I worked in Mississippi.
Okay, what have you been doing besides nursing since 2006?
Okay, I've been on disability since that time. And that was, since. Yeah,
Okay, so you're not worked anywhere.
that's correct.
Now, because it's been about 18 or 19 years since you practiced nursing, do you think that you are adequately prepared to re-enter the workforce?
Oh, yes, ma'am, I believe that I can,
Okay,
after educational, requirements are met and learn, still very much interested in nursing and the medical.
and you stated that you are about 3 years sober, correct? Congratulations. In your packet that you provided, your reinstatement packet, you listed several continuing education courses that you've taken. Most of your courses were regarding mental health and mental illness and addiction, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had any other courses, maybe a re-entry to workforce, or a training course or any other continuing education courses besides the addiction courses?
No,
And what is your date, Mr. Brown?
it is November 2nd, 2020.
And you did provide updated calendars for the weekly AA meetings?
Yes,
Okay, and how often do you attend those?
I attend anywhere from 3 to 5 meetings a week.
And you also testified earlier that you have a sponsor.
I do
And how often are you in contact with them?
every day.
Who makes up your support system? Who assists you throughout your support journey?
Oh, my goodness, I have, my AA, people in AA that support me, a lot of people in AA support me. My friend, is here with me, and also my ex-husband, who is a big support. My family is a big support, and also, you know, I'm very spiritual, I'm very spiritual nowadays, so I mean, God supports me.
Now, part of your restoration application, you were to sit for an assessment or an evaluation, correct?
With this time?
In January of 2005, you set for an assessment.
Oh, yes, ma'am, yes,
And that was for Joanna Hardy, correct?
that's right.
If you would please turn to page 41 of the documentation.
You're the first.
Yes, it should.
41?
Yes. Now, Ms. Hardy was to provide, Ms. Hardy provided the results of your assessment to, the Board of Nursing, correct?
Correct.
In that assessment, were you aware that, Ms. Hardy stated that she wasn't comfortable with, recommending that you were fit for duty, unless you maintained your sobriety?
And that was that.
On page 41. If you would please, matter of fact, I would have you start to read it. I would feel more comfortable.
Was done.
In January of 2025. It's on page one.
Yes.
Okay. Would you mind reading, where it starts with, I would feel more comfortable?
Okay. Okay, it says I would feel more comfortable recommending her fit for duty after she is able to maintain her sobriety and stable mental health, being employed in a non-nursing position for a period of time. I prefer she continue to take overdose of buprenorphine to a maximum of 16 milligrams daily as well. Yes. Okay.
So were you aware that Ms. Hardy had not, deemed you fit for duty, until you maintained maybe a non-nursing position, prior to jumping back into the nursing workforce?
Well, I wasn't aware that she recommended it, although she was encouraging me to, find employment. And I did, went for several, probably about 5 different interviews. I didn't.
In the event that you are, that your license is restored, do you have a promise of employment or a job lined up, or if something that you're interested in, or field that you're interested in working in?
Well, I'm really interested in, addiction medicine. And, maybe, being the ones, the addicts and the alcoholics, you know, in a treatment center or, like that type of work. Mental health.
She also mentioned the view from Northie, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And I also saw that in your file, there was a mention of Suboxone. Are you currently taking any of these medications? Okay, and, how often?
I take it twice.
Why do you think the panel should restore your nursing license?
I believe that I can be fit as a nurse, that I am, motivated and, to do anything that the panel requests of me to do, as far as, restoring my nursing license and, nursing is my passion. It's what I have, always dreamed of getting back into, and I've tried over the years, not successfully, to, do the restoration process. And, this time I have, this has been a lot more consistent and stable, in myself. And I believe that I will be, after more education, able to maintain a position as a nurse.
And you are aware that, 18 years have gone by, and that the industry is definitely changing at fast pace.
Yes,
And you think that you will be able to meet the demands, of such a fast paced industry?
yes.
I think do it.
Members of the board have questions for Ms. Walters.
So Ms. Walters, thank you for being here today, and thank you for congratulations for your sobriety thus far, but I do have a few questions. Especially saying that you have not been in nursing practice. What types of things have you done to maintain your education?
That I have not done. I have done the, CEUs, some of the CEUs, that I did for the restoration packet. I guess I'm kind of at a loss for words because I did not continue any education, during those years. Mainly because I was, not in the right state of mind for me to be a nurse. But now, you know, that I've had the 3 years of sobriety and, I completed some of the requirements, I feel that I can maintain my stability in the job.
So if you have the ability to do this, of course, I hate hearing anything, where is your goal of where you would like to work?
I don't think I could finish out the hospital. I think that I would, do something as far as like in a treatment center or mental health unit. That's kind of where my thoughts are right now.
So you were talking about, when I'm sitting here listening to you, I'm trying to figure out what factors contributed to getting you to this, to your addiction. And what have you done to address those?
The factors that got me into the addiction. Well, I'm working with a psychiatrist right now for my mental health. Because I do suffer from mental health issues. So I'm working with a psychiatrist. I'm more stable than I ever have been. I guess, I'm not real sure of the answer.
So, and I'm not trying to guide you, so please understand it, but was it stress in the work, like stress at home, was it?
I had recently lost a child, and that kind of, in the downward spiral going for years. And until I got help with that and those issues, then I was able to deal with his death and, deal with, just the daily functions of life. I just get up in the morning and do what I needed to do for the day. I think until I did get that help, that's where I am right now. I'm able to cope with more than I ever have.
So it wasn't so much the stress of the job.
Oh, no.
It was your personal situation.
That's
Like you got sick.
That's good.
And so how often do you meet with your therapist or counselor?
I meet with my psychiatrist like once a month.
So I think the last question I have for you, based on what, I'm seeing who this was here again, from Ms. Hart. Would you be willing to follow her recommendations of such as finding a job that maybe is not nursing related? First going through with her recommendations on your medication adjustment, things like that, before you were able to move forward into this?
Sure, yes.
Thank you, that's all of that.
Questions from other members of the board?
I just want to echo, we've got a phone for Ms. Culpepper, and congratulating you on your years of sobriety. I mean, no matter what decision is made today, that is something that you should be proud of, and you should be able to tell your story. So congratulations from us to you. We had discussed re-education courses.
Yes.
In echoing, what has been said previously, I mean, nursing has changed a lot. I mean, even in the years that I've worked, it's changed significantly. That's probably one of my main concerns, for us right now is just being able to step back into a nursing role that you haven't really, you've been in it all, have we said 20 years?
Yeah.
That's gonna be a significant challenge for you. And, part of our job is to ensure that if and when you do return to the nursing field, that we're keeping people safe, yourself and patients. And so that I do feel like that's a significant barrier at the moment. You're willing to go through refresher courses?
Yes, sir, I am. And I feel like if I did start out and I was able to work as a nurse, I wouldn't start out full-time. I would start out very low hours, just to get my foot in the door and kind of see how I do. And then kind of be monitored and go on from there.
Just need to clarify some one, so you got your RN somewhere around 1994.
90, yeah, it was 92 that I got marked, somewhere around those two different years.
And you practiced, you had any problems until 96.
That's right.
And then you had your license taken away in 96.
Yes,
You were under,
the nurse recovery program, yes,
you got your license restored in 1999.
yes.
How long did you work after you got your license restored?
I didn't work very long, I worked probably until that was in 96,
99.
99, 2002, 2003.
Not very long.
No,
And you had your license revoked. And you have not, nothing since then.
that's,
So. Like, just to echo again, I've been in the field for a long time and things that we did in the early 2000s. We don't do that now because science has come a long way and we were harming people. With what we thought we were doing good. So medicine has really changed a lot since 2003, 2006, even 2020, we've made a change since then. Would you be able to go through the education and retain it? To go forward? Some of the education is broken.
I'm prepared to do that. I feel at this point in my lifetime, I'm prepared and I can try. And I'll do the best that I can do.
And the counselor, this party, I'm sure she's a counselor or what, but she recommended a non-nursing. Have you thought about maybe, some of the that are still medical, but they're not in nursing? Have you thought about to integrate yourself that way to hear some more of the language and get caught up on the way we kind of talk and the way we speak? This is going on to time to get your nursing.
Yes, ma'am, I'm attempting to get, multiple jobs, in the hospital and actually had a job just recently that I had to turn in geared towards what I needed to do for the nursing board. But, I've applied and I've done interviews for about 5 different, jobs that were kind of hospital related. But non-nursing. But I didn't thought about.
I'm not just a point of clarification, Joanne Hardy is the psychiatrist that formed that.
That concludes your testimony today.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for coming today and sharing the story. Appreciate your testimony. And I'll now turn it over to the board's counselor to make any, present any evidence for the vote. I'll now allow for closing statements, brief summary of everything you presented. Ms. Walters, you can offer a closing statement if you wish.
I would just like one ways to, I know that many people come in and want to change plans. And it's about on me to prove that. And I believe that that's the way of life I'm able to maintain and do the education that's required. And start out small with the hours of nursing and not get into the high stress, fast paced medical nursing. And, it's with, another opportunity. I thank you for that opportunity to come in and speak and present.
Thank you. Would like to make a statement as well.
Yes, just briefly. In considering this Washington request was restatement restoration, I would again like to ask the panel to just consider how long it's been since she's practiced nursing. The circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice safely, her conduct, since losing her license, compliance with all restoration requirements, and if the public will be protected in the event of license restored with or without.
I believe that concludes this, the proceedings in this matter. So thank you for hearing today. At this time, I'll entertain a motion by the board to enter a closed determinative session. For a second, all in favor? Is there a motion to enter into executive session for the purposes of deliberation? Second. All in favor? The board will now enter into deliberations and the Time is now 2:46 p.m. The board has returned to executive session. After deliberations in this matter, the board has moved that the request of Angela Walters to be for reinstatement of license number R-854-836 be denied based on petitioner's failure to provide evidence of nursing competency and evidence of their ability to safely provide practice nursing. That concludes this matter. Thank you, Ms. Wall. And also a full copy of the final order will be provided to you. Time is now 2:49 p.m. Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. And now before the Mississippi State Board of Nursing, in the matter of Dorian Whitehead, license number T-334455. I will, I would like to have the board at this time introduce themselves, the board panel, and serving.
Drew Calhoun, I'll be serving as alternate.
Standard.
My name is Philip Strickland. I'm serving as hearing officer here today. Also present is Derek Wyatt from the Attorney General's office. And I'd like to have board counsel please identify themselves.
Alexis Miller.
Are there any preliminary matters we need to address?
Yes, the respondent is not really possible. I'd like to briefly discuss the notice requirements for the women.
Should respond if it's not currently in the room and has not been seen on the premises today. And please proceed with your notice.
We plan to present exhibits, bringing 5, that is the notice of hearing and complaint, since June 9th, 2025 to Dorian Renee Whitehead at the address 14 Plumber Circle. That notice of hearing and complaint and order of suspension of license, was received back in the board office on or about July 15th, 2025.
the board sent another notice of hearing with the date of today, December 2nd, 2025, 8:30. That was sent with no response. The board also received that documentation. As a result, Ms. Whitehead was published in the local Gannett and Hattiesburg American newspaper on August 3rd, 2025, August 10th, 2025, and August 17th, 2025. As a result, we believe that we met and satisfy the notice requirements in this case.
Let's take notice of the efforts to make the required notice and also the publications that were made. By the organization, the effort, in an effort to have the respondent be put on notice for this hearing today. That being said, I would think we were prepared to proceed.
We're going to open statement and proceed with the decision.
Acceptable, is that acceptable to the board? Any objection, you have a witness you'd like to call it.
Yeah, Director Dwayne James.
I just would like to have that for the statement.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is true and that you will truly
Please state your name again and please inform the board.
Wayne Jameson, the city of Nursing.
And how long have you worked for the board?
This is March of 19.
And in what capacity do you serve?
I'm a director for the back of the church in investigation.
So you're familiar with the investigative process of this three?
Yes.
And are you familiar with this case 2024-0365?
Yes, sir.
If you would please turn to MSBN 2 and identify that document for the record.
MSB 2 is the licensure information for the authority of the manufacturer.
And when was Ms. Whitehead first licensed in Mississippi?
August 26, 2016,
Okay, and in what capacity she was?
as a licensed practitioner.
You return now to MSBN 6 and identify the document.
MSB 6 is the notice of hearing dated June 9, 2025.
What is the date and time notice of this document?
It was dated December 2nd, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.
If you would please turn to page 7 and identify the document.
And 7 is a copy of the complaint.
And what are the charges against the respondent?
The first charge is that she's had a license or privilege to practice as a registered nurse or licensed practice nurse suspended or revoked in any jurisdiction, has voluntarily surrendered such a license or privilege to practice in any jurisdiction, has been placed on probation as a registered nurse or licensed practice nurse in any jurisdiction, or has been placed in a disciplinary order in any manner as a registered nurse or licensed practice nurse. Charge 2, with that the respondent engaged in non-professional conduct as identified by the board, specifically having a license denied, conditional issue, recommended placement, probation suspended, revoked, or voluntarily surrendered in another state, territory, or country.
Are there any facts to substantiate the charges?
Yes, specifically on or about March 25th, 2025, the respondent signed a consent order with the Tennessee Board of Nursing, voluntarily surrendering her privilege to practice in Tennessee. And this was due to her having admitted that she was caught trying to smuggle contraband into the Hardeman County Correctional Facility in Whiteville, Tennessee, by concealing marijuana, tobacco, and a present for 2 pest supplies.
If you would please turn with me now to MSBN 19, identify the document.
This is a copy of the consent order before the Tennessee Board of Nursing.
His name is listed.
Jordan Whitehead.
If you can see the stipulation of fact listed on that page,
Yes.
please summarize the stipulation of facts with me.
Basically, the stipulation of facts, states that the respondent's license is active. That bears a multi-state privilege to practice in states that evidence of the nursing licensure compact. It goes on to state that she was working as a correctional nurse, at Fort City, at the Hardin County Correctional Facility. That further states that on about March 13, 2024, she was caught trying to smuggle contraband into the facility by considering marijuana, tobacco, and the present range that she testified. At this time, she was arrested. It goes on to say that she admitted that she brought the contraband into the facility to sell to the police because she was endowed by mental strains.
What is the disciplinary action that was imposed for students in this order? I believe this can be done in the future.
And responded voluntarily surrendered the license, which also resulted in a cease and desist by the discipline.
Now, did the respondent sign this order?
Yes,
And what was the date of signature for the respondent?
March 25th, 2025.
And was this order approved by the citizen board?
Yes, it was approved by the Tennessee Board on May 14th, 2025.
So this consent order is a form of discipline imposed on his wife and his license, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so does the record adequately substantiate the two charges against Ms. Whitehead?
It does.
No further questions at this time, too.
I don't quite recall, did we enter B157 into the record of evidence? Because I may have skipped over that.
We did not, but you sort of, whether you heard this time, I did, of course, they be one of these seven be admitted up into the record at this time.
Exhibits B1, B7, up into the record.
Thank you. I have to have one additional question. As far as you know, what is the, has there been any movement on this Whitehead's case? Do you know anything about the, heart race?
Yes, as of today, it's been bound over to the grand jury, which scheduled to convene in January 2026.
No more questions.
And just to be clear, Ms. Whiten?
Yes,
She currently has pending charges.
correct.
That's good.
And the members of the board have questions for this witness.
In Tennessee.
Yes, yeah.
Being no further questions from the board. They have any additional witnesses they'd like to call? Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
We rested.
State rest, I think. All right. The state is rested, the respondent is not present. At this time, the board, if the attorney for the board like to make any closing statement.
Yes, just briefly, it has been established that Ms. Whitehead is guilty of the two charges that are outlined in the complaint. The state presented undisputed, very convincing evidence that she voluntarily surrendered her license, her privilege to practice in the state of Tennessee as a result of her license in Mississippi. Accordingly, we ask that this panel take whatever disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Whitehead it deems fit and appropriate under the circumstances.
Thank you. Just a moment, I'd like to entertain a motion to enter into a closed session.
I'll make that motion. We'll close this one out. Yeah. What we're going to do is go ahead and, well, no, we'll probably add this, we're going to close session, so that if we want to review the ASPs, we can go ahead and do it while we're back.
Thanks for the AFP on the record.
Yeah, because what we're gonna do is like what we've been doing, Brandon, is do a couple a day.
Yes, you may, this concludes the, proceedings in the Whitehead matter. However, before we enter into an executive session, the board would like to, have board counsel read in the record the ASP document. Please. Can I make the vote, please? I thought it was the board counsel.
Okay, so we have an ASP for Deborah Fox, license number P dash 266 ASP for Brandon Webb, license number R dash 908693. ASP for John Altman, license number R dash 925944. Summer Patrick, R dash 9177, I'm sorry, R dash 917980. Gavin Nash, R dash 919262. Lula Harrison, P dash 206083. Katina Lots, R dash 920274. Misha Cranberry, P dash 337587. Tracy Francis, P dash 315366. Barbara Gossett, P dash 322806. Eric Bass, R dash 896870. And Heather Overall, P dash 318260.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't know if I was supposed to read these. They are now on the record as, to be considered by the board. And for agreed with them. For review by the board. This time we'd like to entertain a motion to enter into a closed term of session for purposes of deliberations on Whitehead matter as well as any items on the ASP. All in favor? Is there a motion to enter into executive session?
I'll make that motion.
All in favor? The board will now enter into deliberation.
Sorry.
Time is now 4:30 p.m. Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. The board has returned from executive session and we are back on the record. In the matter of Dorian Whitehead, license number P-334455. The licensee has been found guilty of all charges in the complaint by reasons of respondents' own admission and based upon the shown testimony that's in the record. Based upon the very convincing testimony and evidence submitted in the record hearing, the board moves that the nursing license of Dorian Whitehead shall be revoked. Also discussed during the executive session. The first seven items on the AFC dockets, I'll read the results now. Did I read the name and the number, or just the one? You just want to go to the name. The name, Deborah Fox. The board accepted the ASB and it signed the ASB here sat in front of me. Megan Webb, the board would like to send a letter of concern. It has rejected these agreed settlement proposals. John Altman, the board has accepted the agreed settlement proposal and signed it. Summer Patrick, the board has recommended a modification in that there's been a modification requested for the Summer Patrick proposal. Jasmine Nash, the board has asked for a letter of concern to be issued instead of the settlement proposal. Luba Hairston, the board has accepted the voluntary surrender. Katrina Lott, the board has accepted the agreed settlement proposal. I've got copies of all those files here. That concludes the items that were considered during executive session. You don't believe that? Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion.
All in favor?